how are you going? Yeah, long time no see. So yeah, looking for a bit at the double. Yes, I'm starting very early today. It's 4 p.m. here instead of like being 6:30. So I was like, I'm gonna stream a little bit longer today. Gonna start early. See how I go. So yeah, how have you been? Hopefully you've been well. Alright, I'm jumping into it. So that's a bit loud for me. I'm just gonna turn that down. Hopefully the music's not too loud. I'll move the mic in a bit better. There we go. I've got to double check the mic. Alright, mic's working. 9 p.m. there. Fair enough. Hanging in there, still trying to find it. Oh, damn. Oh. How long has that been now? Hopefully you do find something soon. Yeah, I thought you got a job. I'm sorry to hear. Yeah. Back on the mic. Yeah, just to update you on NearBeach, we've essentially started 0.32 branch. The idea of that is to get rid of all the technical debt, clean up a lot of the, get rid of all the technical debt and all that kind of stuff, but also redesign the UI. October 4th, oh God. Oh, I'm sorry to hear, that sucks. Oof. I do hope you find something soon. This time of year is just terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Yeah. I do hope you get something soon though. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, we're going through cleanup with NearBeach. This is a vertical slice mock-up sort of thing, just to get people's feedback on how it sort of looks. So yeah, we're sort of doing two things at once. We're deleting a lot of code in the old code base, and we're sort of re-implementing the APIs. We've just sort of cleaned up the database design. We're then going to have a look at permissions and dealing with logging in, logging out, and all that kind of stuff. I've got a few places that might work out, include one that some guys of the last place are at. So, oh yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed. So yeah, hopefully hiring starts up soon, and yeah. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear it's not good when you become redundant at all. It sucks. Alright, I did spot one little bug. This is leaning very heavily against this, and I don't like that. And I was just wondering if I do a margin of 0.5 rem, it'll look a little bit better. Yeah, and then when it gets into this screen, yeah, alright, cool. We're gonna do that very quickly. We're gonna go into source, we're gonna go into components, we're gonna go into search, we're gonna go into search page itself. So we've got this down here. So we've got margin auto. Alright, hang on. I'm just gonna refresh. Yeah, margin auto for that. I am just gonna play around with this at the moment. So we've got the main. We've got the search page, and then in here we've got a bunch of stuff, and I'm just wondering if I could apply a margin. Let's go 0, and let's go 0.5 rem. Alright, so we've got to do it at the level below. It wasn't redundant, it was a company not wanting, oh, okay, sorry, my bad. Not wanting to launch the product, and they killed off the online gaming. Oh, God. That's a lot of money wasted, too. Jesus. It gets worse and worse and worse. I don't know if you're in ads at the moment. Likelihood, probably not. Because it is January. My ad revenue hits rock bottom. It goes from 3 cents to 0, usually in January. But Yeah, that sucks. And you're about to launch. Oh. Wonder what they've done with it. Oh, here's socks. Still got socks. She's turning 12 this year. And just a couple of months, April. For those on YouTube also, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch. That's just to stop the pre-rolled ads because the pre-rolled ads suck. Yeah, and we do this so no one misses out on any content. Oh. I don't know what Socks just did. She just stood and sat on the mouse. I'm still here. Give me a couple of seconds. There we go. God damn it, Socks. Always causing trouble. She's like, you know what? I haven't stood on the mouse in a while. There we go. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, I don't know if you had an ad, but yeah, that sucks. It's right when they were about to launch too. That really sucks. Yeah, I'm sorry you went through that. Because yeah, you probably had the crunch leading up to it, and then all of a sudden they're like, nah, bye. And God, that must have felt horrible. Had an ad. Yeah, it sucks, but it's okay. Well, there's tons of money. Oh, yeah. Hopefully, before the end of Jan, you'll get something. We even had a major audit and passed everything without issues. Oh, nice. Oh, that's good. That is some good news. So I hope that. All right. So we've got the search filter. On small screens, we're adding in that much padding. Large screens, I'm going to add in a margin of 0 at the top and 0.5 rem. From a large screen onward. So if we go, let's go into here. We don't want it there, definitely not there. Hang on, gotta refresh. All right, there we go, had to refresh, sorry. All right, so mobile phone, yep, that's good. That's all lining up and all that kind of stuff. If we jump to the iPad, oh, I'm gonna add it on the iPad. So at media, medium screen. It's gonna do that there. All right, oh yeah, don't forget to drop, exclamation point, drop, followed by your favorite emoji. I haven't done this in ages, this is the first time this year. Haven't done that since last year, sorry, bad jokes. Yeah, exclamation drop, followed by your favorite emoji if you're on Twitch. We have to beat Nightbot, the cheating bastard. All right, cool. So yeah, on iPad, I like that. We're going to do that pretty much with the search results down here too. So this will be, yep. All right, cool. At media, whoops, medium screen, and then we had margin 0 for the top and bottom, and then 0.5 rem. And yeah, that just looks a lot nicer. Oh, I like that. I've got an error trying to click. Oh, there we go. Oh, I like that emoji. Yeah. All right, so I'm happy with that. That just means if someone's got the menu out, there's still a little bit of space and it gives, you know, it's not so cramped. Body Mine streams virtual pinball on Mondays. Oh, nice. I'll give them a follow. Okay, so what I want to do is I've done that. We're going to have a look at the new thing. So last stream, what actually happened was I decided to change a lot of the CSS around how I went from flex to grid with the CSS. There were a few other sort of changes that I've implemented too, because I was sort of backing myself into a corner and I was like, oh, if I did it this way, I'm gonna have to overly complicate a lot of this sort of stuff, which I didn't want to do. So I've stripped all of that out and I'm kind of like, well, now it's more manually gotta do all of this, but it's a lot more flexible for me. And I'm kind of leaning on that flexibility. I don't mind manually doing a little bit extra for it. I will figure out, okay, if I'm going to do this, I'm probably going to have to put quite a lot of the conditions and variables and so forth like that, so that way people can just reference them whenever they're wanting to build any components and stuff like that. For example, the margins and so forth like that. All right, I'm going to close all of this because we're actually happy with that one thing. I'm just going to push it. I really should be doing this properly, but then again, this is just mock-up. So I'm not too worried about all the commit messages and so forth like that. So in here, what we want to do is we kind of want to replicate what we had before. We want to fix this up. Yeah, let's just go straight into it. So I'm going to minimize all of this. We're going to open up the source components. This is part of project. And we've got the new project, so here it is. We need to oh yeah, I need to fix all of that, but that's no problem. Once again, we're not worrying about functionality, it's more of the design and sort of the flow. I will come back and actually set up how I want to handle the validation and so forth like that. Yeah. All right, so going down here, we've got the card component. Now the card header, that's one of the things that we did actually change. So we've now got card header, and it's going to be like this. We'll have the header one, ID equals, this is the main, I keep forgetting what it's, main title. And then it's create your new project. And then we had a P, and then we've got a special class for it. I think it's subtext. And that will be fill in the details below to start your new project. And then I can just get rid of these instantly. That should do that. Perfect. All right, cool. Other things I want to do is up here is we're kind of doing this on a lot of the components and so forth like that to have a class that actually is pretty much the component name. Once again, everything will be scoped. Now, we're not too worried about margin at the moment, but border radius will be 0 on mobile phones and all that. Mobile phones, probably tablets too. So if I go into, let's say, tablet mode and I have a look at that, I'm like, yeah, I'll probably do that also. Margin top is margin. I'm just going to go 0 and auto. It might not be. It might be the padding. Okay, I'm not worried about that. I might actually add in a bit of margin for that, but first let's have a look at the mobile phone. So we've got create your new project. I'm okay that splits the lines. We know this is going to happen. Mobile phones have limited space. I don't want to be overly fussed to get it all in one line. I do want to get this though in a lot lighter text. So I'm gonna have a quick look at my main. Wrong one, wrong. Sorry, the styles, main. Yeah, I've got font subtext in here. Subtext, yeah, that should be feeling out that to be light. I might be using the wrong font family for that. All right, give me 2 seconds. Font face should be, yeah, Roboto, and then font weight 100. Oops. Font weight, I'm gonna put 100, we're just gonna put that all in. I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna explicitly state 100 in there. Possibly it is. Oh, it's landing on sans serif. All right, the one reason why I can tell is when we open up this, when we open up this, sans serif is underlined. What I'm going to do, I'm going to delete everything. I'm just going to refresh everything. We've got Roboto thin passing through. All right, I've probably mucked up somewhere with the fonts. Downloadable font, rejected by sanitizer, font format. Oh. I haven't come across this before. I'll bump that off to the right so you guys can read. Remove. All right. Double checking. It should be. It is downloading it. Yeah, I don't have any of that. Yeah, it's there. This is weird. All right, not too much of a problem. I'm not going to focus on this just yet. Let's actually get this laid out and looking nice. Once again, we're going to deal with the mobile phone first, then the tablet, and then the desktop. So, getting rid of that, we've got the new project in here. We're all happy with all of that. We've got the card header, then we've got the text inputs, how we want them. At the moment, everything's just going from top to bottom. We won't need to actually deal with the grid on here because everything just lays out perfectly fine. But we do want to deal with padding. So we've got them, this, we're going to go padding, we're going to go, I don't think we need anything at the top and bottom. we definitely need something on the mobile phone, so it's kind of like that. Now I'm just going to open up a duplicate tab, and we're going into the project search, and the reason being is I just want to double check that I've got the padding correct. Yeah, 0. Oh, that's margin. Move that down. I'm just going to move that. Card search filter. 0.5 REM. Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah, I got it right. Yeah, I remembered something. All right. So we've got that. We're happy with that. We just need to fix the font, which is going to annoy the bejeebers out of me. But I like that. Everything's fallen into place perfectly fine. This looks good. We can click on create project and it actually just takes us to, all right, so if we go back, what I want to do now is I want to have a look at the iPad. And as you see here, it's starting to get to the maximum sort of size that we want. The user won't need so much horizontal space whenever they're filling out a new project or anything like that. So we're actually going to limit the max width to being, this is where I keep forgetting the variable names. So I am going to move that over there. And we're going to say, I'm just going to go medium grid width at the moment. Just going to have a look on the, I'm going to say medium grid width does work for this. It's just 2 fields. It's very, very small. That works perfectly fine. Now we do need to go at media, and then we want to go, this is going to be not a small, but I think the medium screen. We need to actually start adding in the border radius. And that's just going to be, once again, a var. That's just going to be border radius, like so. So that starts adding in that there. We also should start adding in some padding too. Once again, I'm just going to duplicate the tab. We're going to do this. We're going to go into here. We're actually going to, yeah, we're going to go into search. So here we've got more padding when it's a tablet, and we're purposely doing that because there's more real estate to work with. We're like, all right, cool, we're going to add in a little bit more padding just to separate it from everything else. So the padding is 0.5 REM and 1 REM. So 0.5 top and bottom and 1 REM on either side. So if we go back here, that's looking a little bit better now. All right, cool. Yeah, I like that. And then if we swap it to the side, yep, that works perfectly fine. All right. And then I'm gonna also swap this to the side, because all of a sudden when it's swapped to the side, it does go up even further. We do want this sort of consistency. I'm just double checking my variable names. Small, light, yeah, all right, cool. I'm just putting those over there. That's just for reference. So the padding, once again, goes 1 REM and then 2 REM. So we go back over here. That's creating more sort of space because we've got more space and so forth like that. I like that. And then we go click on create project and it goes into here. And this is the other page that we're going to fix up in a second. I got the story points working. There was something silly in there which was stopping the build and all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah, I've got that working. First, let's go back. Let's actually open this up. Yeah, this works. like this. Let's fix the fonts. All right, we should be. We're using TrueType font. All right, I'm just going to minimize this. I'm just going to open up this. I'm just going to open up source. I'm going to open up the assets, fonts. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, yep. Thank you for popping by. I do hope you get something soon. So yeah. Anyway, have a good night. All right. I don't. Have I just scrolled past font file? Possibly in here. No, I don't think they got. The other thing I could do is override the files again. I think I still got the fonts on here. So if I go to downloads, I got the fonts, yeah. All right, I'm just gonna also open up another tab. For this particular one, I'm just gonna go home, sites, NearBeach, new design mockup. We've got the source, we've got the assets, we've got the fonts. Oh, they're all 1 byte. You know, no wonder why it's not working. Kelly Sand regular. Replace. Roboto. Let's go to the static. We've got Roboto regular. Replace. And Roboto thin. Replace. Alright, cool. I don't like the fact that they are nearly 400 kilobytes and we're trying to make NearBeach as small as possible. Annoying. But probably something we've got to figure out at a later date. It might be, let's go to fonts.google. I don't think they have anything to filter size down. No, they don't. All right, no problem. I'm just gonna hit refresh. There we go, everything's working perfectly fine now. I'm gonna hit refresh on this one. So create your project, that looks a lot nicer. Fill in the details of project, and then yeah, that's looking so much nicer now. And then yeah, let's get started with this. But first, what I want to do is I want to go to git status, git add, source, assets, git commit, fix to font files. All right, cool. And then git status add, git commit. And what are we doing? CSS for new project component. All right, easy done. npm run dev. Just bring that up. Cool. Let's keep that one open for just a little bit longer. Let's minimize everything. Let's open up this. I'm just clicking on this to make sure I open it up on the right side of the left side of the screen. We want to go into components. We want to go into project. We want to go into project page. We're going to open up project page now. I can close that one. So the idea here is we're definitely going to be using CSS Grid, which we are at the moment using CSS Grid. We've just got to lay everything out better. Yeah, that's all. So in here, we've got the project information, and then what we could do is, once again, I'm going to do this from mobile view first. So we've got the mobile view. We need some padding, but the padding will happen at these components. So we need to go into general sort of details. We've got the card component. We've got all of that. So these are just classes that sort of go down further. However, I think fill out is no longer used. Let's go to that declaration. Yeah, all of that is no longer used. So we can simplify this and this won't change. Perfect. All right, cool. So we've got the general details. We're just going to go down here. We're just going to go dot general details like that. And this really should be called project general details, but I'm not going to hang up on that at the moment. That's a rename we can do a little bit later. And the one reason being is you'll have general details for tasks, general details for requirements and requirement items. Whether or not they all have the same thing, then I'll make it generic, and then I can just pass information down to it. That might be hard. All right, so we've got the title model required, true to do title, project title. Oh, no, I don't want any to refactor any of that. So with the padding, I'm going to go 0 and then 0.5 rem. Once again, like that. Just give it some more space. Everyone's happy with that. The project details probably needs a little bit of some space. I'm just going to go subtext in here. Like that. I think that's a lot better. Yeah, I'm happy with that. We've got to deal with the @media. And then medium screen is where we go padding. I think we've got 0.5 rem and then 1 rem. And then @media. This will be large screen. And then once again, padding is going to be 0. Actually, that will be 1 rem and then 2 rem. All right, cool. Oh, we've just hit another ad break. All right, hopefully everyone's going well. I've got my Rubik's Cube right here. Might as well solve it. So, as you can see, the sunlight is bright today. My vegetables are finally growing. The sad thing is that they've only just reached the size that they should have been back in the 1st of December. So a bit sad about that, but at least they're growing. I've got to water them like there's no tomorrow because, well, tomorrow I've got to water them like there's no tomorrow. It's going to be hot. Poor things, I want to survive. So, yeah. I've had enough seedlings die because it wasn't warm enough and they didn't establish. And I was just like, oh, all my leeks are gone. And I'm just like, oh man, I planted them so early too. I'm just like, oh yeah, the joys of gardening. At least my garden's looking fairly green. So, yeah. Right. We've got about 15 seconds left of the ads, and then we'll jump straight back into pretty much just formatting this whole entire page. Yeah, there's a lot I want to do today, and welcome back everyone. All right, cool, let's get back into it. So I'm liking that. If we go to the iPad, we've got a little bit more space. We'll need some margin. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, that's perfect. All right, and then when it goes to a larger page, yeah, all right, perfect. So I'm very happy with this. All right, let's move on to the next one, which will be the properties. So I'm just gonna boom up like that. Yeah, I like that. All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna open up the properties. Once again, we're just gonna scroll all the way down. Now we are already doing quite a lot of stuff here. So straight off the bat, now we are doing a lot of grid over here. This is where I'm a little bit worried that things will break. So we'll jump down into here. We're first going to add in the padding. So it's going to be 0 and then 0.5 rem. And what I'm doing right now is I'm double checking to make sure it doesn't add on any more horizontal spacing. All right, so I'm happy with that. And then small screen will be fine. It's the medium screen. Where we go padding 0.5 rem and 1 rem, and then on the large screen we just then go padding. Oh, this will be different actually. The reason being is this won't have that much space whatsoever. So if we go up to an iPad, it's doing this. I'm happy for it to have that. Oh, actually, when it's on an iPad, yeah, I kind of want it to sort of line up. Oh, it should be 0 and then 0.5 rem. Oh, we might actually want some padding at the top too. I'm just, all right. Oh. That's not, all right. Something's, overriding my margin. for the top. Okay. Yeah. I've got margin top 0 as a class. All right, cool. Give me a couple of seconds. Can get rid of that. We're also gonna get rid of those. We no longer need those classes. All right, cool. So that fits in perfectly now. So I'm happy with that. If we go back into an iPhone, yeah, so it links up like this, and then when we're on an iPad, it'll start doing this. All right, cool, that's perfect. And then we can easily just add and do that. This is looking really, really nice, this sort of layout. And then if we go into this mode, this is where we need to fix things up. So in here, just gonna hit refresh, just get rid of any of the CSS I've put through. There we go. All right, cool. What I've actually got to do then is double check this then. Oh, all right. I'm gonna go back down into here. We've got the padding, and then we've got margin, and we've got 0.5 rem. And I think that's a good solution. So yeah. All right, and then we go into this. Now we need the margin. When it gets too large, this is where we're going to take over this again and remove certain details from it. So on the large screen, we're going to go margin 0. And the padding, it's going to be that now. Now, you'll notice we can bump over stuff. So it is actually getting affected by the grid. Which also means I've got to handle this one too, where it'll be that. I think the padding in here is part of the culprit. It's going to hit refresh. Because yeah, when we get up to here, I'm just going to do that. All right, we still have that, and I think that's caused by this. And what I'm going to do is the general on here. I am going to do that. It'll make sense in a minute. What I'm doing is I'm just getting rid of that extra space to the right, and it's still there. All right, something's giving something. It's a pixel, but it's still there, and I don't want it there. All right, let's click on this. All right, we've got the contain, and then we've got the properties being 320 pixels. All right, I think, just want to try one thing. We're going to go to the projects page. So your project information, we've got all of these components. So When it's on a large screen, we've got something like this. I'm going to go min max 0 to 1 FR. And I'm just going to hit refresh. It's still there. Something's causing this to bleed out just a little. I don't know if it's in this component here, in the properties component, possibly. And it might be the state where we go min max 0 1 FR. There we go. I think that was it. Yeah, I just need min-max all of them. All right, cool. So this is part of the properties. So we're going to go into here. This will be down here. So we're going to go min-max 0 to 1 FR. So essentially, hey, some space, please. Now that we've done that, we're going to slowly add back in all the margins and stuff like that. However, grid, CSS grid does have spaces. So we do have a gap, for example, 1 REM, 10%, and so forth like that. So we can put stuff in which case that would be on at the project level. And then what we'll have is grid gap. And then I'm just, that does add that back in. If I get rid of that, oh, hang on, that's still there. Ah, it's here. Min max 0 is done. Cool. Just gonna refresh to get rid of all of my stuff. So, all right, we're happy with that now. What I want to do is project information. We wanted to do grid gap 0.5 rem, and that works perfectly fine. So we've got a little bit of gap, but problem is we need a bit of margin. So I'm happy with the gap in there. We only really need that gap sort of appearing on the tablet side of things. So it means I can get rid of a lot of margins and stuff like that. So on a medium screen, we'll have the padding, but we'll also have grid gap at, no, we'll get rid of that. General details. Actually, that's for both sides. That's for all the sides. I'm just going to go 0 and then like that. Because yeah, there's gap. That. So I'm just having a quick think. So we're down here on mobile phone. This is all fine and dandy. We're all happy with this. I'm going to hit refresh to get rid of any local stuff. So we're all happy with this. And we do have a problem where we are showing a bit of pink at the bottom, but I'm not going to panic at the moment. Then go to the iPad. So the iPad should be a medium screen. So on the projects page, we'll have display grid, everything's fine, and then at media, medium screen is when we have the grid gap being 0.5 rem. So that adds in that, and I don't need to worry about applying any weird margins and paddings and all that kind of stuff. And then if we go into this, it'll be perfectly fine on this. All right, cool. If I scroll back here, this is perfectly fine. Sweet. So now I can add in the padding for the properties. So with the properties, we've got the padding at 0.5. Yeah, card properties. I've done that somewhere. Properties. I've done it down here. So we can get rid of margin. We'll still need that margin. That's fine. But if I've got a project page, I can add the margin in here. So I'm just having a quick think where I want to sort of add in margins and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of it there. I'm going to get rid of it there. I'm going to go on large screen. We've got 0.5 rem and then 1 rem, which is double that. All right, cool. Then in here, we're getting rid of the margin completely. I'm getting rid of the padding. Actually, the padding should be 1 rem and then 2 rem. Actually, no, we want to keep it thin. We want this thinness again. All right, that's not doing any. All right, cool. And then in the projects page, so this will contain everything. What we want is on the medium screen, we want margin 0 and then 0.5 rem. So if we do this, we've now got, yeah, there we go. And then when we switch to this, we've got all of this. And when we switch out to the full screen, we're not going to have it go all the way across the full screen. We will have an upper limit. But we'll figure that one out in a couple of minutes. But let's go back to the iPad. So the iPad, yep, this is perfectly fine. We don't go left or right. I'm just double checking by refreshing, making sure I get rid of any local changes that I've done on here. Yep, that's working perfectly fine. Those are looking nice. We will be also today going in here and making these particular widgets a lot smaller, but I'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, cool. So I'm happy with that. I do apologize. I've been drinking a lot of water. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, I'm just gonna. Oops, sorry, socks. I didn't scare ya. Just gonna do that because I will get sunburnt. That's no joke. All right. So I'm happy with this layout. This layout looks nice. When we go into this, it does look nice. We are going to add in a maximum size for the project details. We should do that now. So, in here, we're literally doing something like that. But in reality, what we want to do is we'll have a var, and then I'm just re-looking at my global variables. I'm gonna go, let's go small first, medium grid width. All right, cool. So we go over here. I mean, sure, no. Large grid width. On this size screen, yeah, it makes sense having it that big and so forth like that. I don't mind that. And then when we go out, all right, cool. I'm just gonna do extra large grid width. I think it's getting ridiculous at that point. All right, cool. No, I like the large grid width. I think that's a great size. Now, the other thing that we've got to do is we've got to make it so that it sits in the middle. Now the margin auto doesn't quite work. But yeah, we've got the display grid. I don't know this. So let's go CSS grid center items. I don't know if it's all right, cool. I'll do it. Inline grid, do. All right, cool. Grid, I want the container to. All right, not a problem. We'll play around with it. So we've got project information. We can't do margin auto because it syncs it off to the other side. Justify items centered, it squishes them. I'm just gonna hit refresh. I'm just gonna go. How am I doing it for other ones? Because with the search, it's working like that. If I inspect that, sorry, socks wants attention. There you go, there's socks. She put out her paw, and she's like, scratch my belly. So we've got this one. We've got the search page, display grid, and we do have margin auto here. I'm just gonna duplicate this. go into here. We're just going to go inspect this again. Do I not have display grid on? No, I do have display grid. I think it's because I got multiple columns. So HTML body, main, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they've got that. They're probably doing something because they've got the free things on either side. Whereas if we go into here, for me, oh, wrong one, project page. So in here, we've got the grid. I mean, what I could do. Just gonna refresh. I think that was it. All right, I did something really smart. So I actually pre-named these container and properties. That was actually extremely smart because what I've done then down here is I've just got grid column start and so forth like that. If I add in the spaces on either side, boom, perfect. Sweet. I'm happy with that. So that's actually looking really, really good. It's just a fluke that these are lining up at the moment, but what we're going to do is we're going to squash the sides. We're going to put in a property called compact, where we can pass through a class and it'll just shrink all of these. So yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with this. We can get rid of the hello world soon, but I'll just keep it in there for the moment. There's a few other components that I need to actually implement also. Yeah. So, getting back into this, let's actually deal with, sorry, I've just realized I have that off the screen. Over here with these components, I want to do a compact one. So these will be appearing a lot smaller. So we'll be doing that now. All right, I'm gonna minimize this. I'm gonna open up this. We're gonna go into source. We're gonna go into the components. We're going to go into the prefab. Sorry, I got a message. Sorry. All right. Now, how will we tackle this? These are components that we've got ads. All right, sorry, I should have actually done this on here. All right. Just the ads to start. Do I have any tea left? No, I don't. Damn it. I could put it on the kettle and yeah. Oh, I'm getting cleaned right now by socks. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. go. Oh yeah, she's not happy though. She's like, oh, tail wag. All right, cool. She gets pats. Hopefully everyone's going well tonight. Happy New Year's to everyone also. Yeah, it's the second here. Is it the second? Yeah, it's the second. I've already lost count. What day it is? Yeah. Alright, and Socks is losing a lot of fur. There's just heaps of fur there. Got about 20 seconds left of the ads. Okay. I wish these ad breaks were shorter sometimes. Alright, welcome back everyone. We're just gonna jump straight back into it. So, what I'm going to probably do is pass a class through up here. And that should go downstream. So if we go into the properties component, we'll scroll up. We've got a text input. We've got the class status. We purposely put these in here. But what we want to also do is have a class called compact. Like so. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the declaration or usage. I'm just going to scroll down. And I've got to fix this up down here. So straight off the bat, we're going to put in class equals text input like that. The reason why I want it like that is I can just go down here and go .text input. I'm just going to make sure all of this falls underneath it. And yep. And then if we go over here, it all falls underneath it and we're all happy with that. The next thing I want to do is I want to add in a class called n.compact in here, and we're just going to go label font. Oh, I've got to actually also do these. And then what we want is label in here. And we want font size. Oh, this is... We already have a font size. So before we do anything, I'm actually going to hit on the wrong main. Did it again. Under styles, don't sit on the mouse. Under styles, CSS. You'll notice after all of this, we have a couple of media lines in here where we actually make the font sizes different dependent on what sort of screen size you're on, which is all fine and dandy. So we'll start off at 1.25 and so forth like that. We've got to figure out what sizes we want to go down to. As you see here, the font size, that's actually quite large, and then we shrink it when we go to the large screen. However, for the headers, we actually increase it for some strange reason. Yeah, so what we've got to do is we're just going to figure out how we want to tackle this. I'm just going to put this over here for reference. And what we're going to do is we're just going to go font size 1 rem, and then line height is going to be 1.25 rem, and then at media large screen we are going to bump that up to font size is 0.75 rem. And line height is going to be 1.2 1.rem. So the idea being is if we go over into here, this looks a lot smaller. So it's not meant to take the user's focus away as much. So that's why we're doing it. The next thing we've got to do is we could do that for all of this, or what we could do, because the inputs are different too. The inputs are a different size. They're actually 1.5 and all that kind of fun stuff. So we've got to do this also for the inputs. So all of a sudden, font size is going to be, I'm going to shrink this to 1 rem. Oh, line height. This will be 1.5 rem, and then at media, large screen. The font size. This will shrink to 1 rem, and line height will be 1.25 rem. So that makes that a little bit smaller, and what we're going to do is we're going to make it even more compact. So you'll notice that there's padding with this, and we're probably going to drop down the padding to a 2.5, and we're going to keep it down there. So padding is going to be 0.25 rem. If we refresh, yeah, we've got all of that now. Now this form group, all right. That's fine. So I do like that. It's small, it's compact. I think we do have a little bit of, with the label, margin. I think 2 pixels. All right, so what we want to do, margin, bottom, 2 pixels. Yeah, we're just dropping that down. Because yeah, we've got margin bottom up there, and we're just compacting it. So this is the compact. So everything's looking nice. I like that. I think that looks decent. We've got the properties, we've got all of that. Sweet. So what do I want to do now? I'm gonna go back over here. We're going to go compact. So yeah, this is just passing classes through. Date time. So I think this is going to be the easiest way to sort of handle shrinkage and stuff like that. Just pass down a class. We'll be like, all right, cool. Yeah. All right. I think just because I was thinking about this, I think I've already figured out how I'm going to solve this spacing problem. But I'll double check it. I think I can add in another row and say this project details takes up 2 rows, this one takes up 1 row, and that bottom row will be 1 FR or something like that. I'll figure it out. So, yeah. All right, so we've got all the compacts in there at the moment. We now got to do it for the story points. We'll go from top to bottom. So prefab, blah, 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 blah. That will be the number input. So once again, we're all happy with all of this. Now we've got the number input, we've got the label. By technicality, that should be like that. All right, cool. Got all going to do a compact down here. So the label, now this is another thing that we could potentially do, is we could have a look at doing this at a higher level. But then it doesn't give us the freedom we want. All right, no, don't worry. All right, there is something I got to do. I've text input. What I'm doing is, because we've done most of the hard work, I'm just going to copy and paste. And this is what I mean by actually putting this in somewhere and then just referencing it. Like that. Alright, cool. So that should shrink that. However, these are going to be different because, once again, yeah. Now, this should not be like that. However, that being said, we are using number input row. So I'm just going to copy that. So we've got the compact number input compact, and that should be something like that. Oh, hold on. It's number in, yeah, all right, number input row. And then we've got the input like that. All right, sweet. Cool. All right, I like that. I also like how this has automatically done that there. So I'm gonna keep it that size. Here it sucks. If you go to sleep, they'll watch you. Actually, I've got to make sure that lines up correctly. There we go. All right, sweet. So yeah, I like that. I'm just tossing up. Actually, no, I say that, and then I'm kind of like, do I like it? Do I like the width of those buttons? That would be actually at this level. We've got 3 REM. I mean, I can knock them down to 2.5. And I think 2.5 REM looks a lot better in the compact. All right, cool. So what we got to do is that's at the number input row. So we're going to do something like this, where we're just doing that. We then just lint this. It's fine with that. And then the input's actually like that. Yep, cool. And then we paste this in, add in a line up there. Then we go over here and we're like 2.5, and then 2.5. We've just got an extra doodity. So that's looking a lot better in the compact. Okay, cool. Yeah, I like that. Now we've got to the end date and our date time component. So an easy way to do this is, once again, with the text input. These are all going to be very, very similar. We just grab this, we go with the date time component. We'll just name it that. Do that. that, we get rid of that, we go to the end, we add on an extra thing, we go to just couple up, and then go and just paste that in like that and compact. In here we've got the label and input, which is fine, the label and the input, and that automatically shrinks this, and I'm very happy with that. All right, cool. So on mobile phone, when we actually go, are still looking good. It's not as big as these, which means that you won't be drawn down there, you won't be confused. Go down here, and then yeah, these are a lot smaller. Cool. I like that. But it also means we've got to fix the spacing in between all of them. Yeah, that's a quick fix we can do. All right, so we've got the text input. That will actually be up here, I think. No, we don't. All right. Not much in bottom. All right, let's find out where I put that margin in. All right, so I'm clicking on form group. Is that part of form group? Yeah, that's part of form group. Not an issue. What we want to do then is I'm just going to hit escape. We're going to go over here. We're going to go to this decoration and usage. This is a very, very simple thing. We've got class form group, and then if we go and dot compact margin bottom, I'm just going to do 1 rem. So that gives us just that tiny amount. I will probably drop that down to, let's say, 0.75 or 5. I need to be consistent with this story point too. All right, cool. I'll get back to that right now. The story point isn't wrapped around a form group. We've got to do that. All right, I think 0.5 rem. For compact. Now let's get back into the number input. What's actually happening here is we should have a form group. Yeah, we should be having a form group within this one. Yeah, form group, number input, story input, yep, compact. Oh, it does. It does have a margin at the bottom. There's no... All right. So the reason why there's a gap in all of these is it's actually a placeholder. So you see there's this P in here, and there's a before, and there's a white space. For the story points, we don't need that P, because it's going to be a set number and stuff like that. It'll default to a particular number and all those kind of fun things. Yeah, it just means I need to put in a little white space P. So we're going to go to the number input. We're just going to go to the template. We're just going to scroll down. little. Just going to go into the text input. We've got the as part of the error messages. And that is definitely at the end, so it'll be in here like this. Now we don't have error messages in here whatsoever. So we need to actually import them. Oh, wait, there they are. Import it now. But yeah, it'll crash because we don't actually have error message. I mean, we could. We could actually handle that. I'm gonna say, yeah, let's just handle it. So an error message, if memory serves me correctly, is part of ref. I'm just going to double check this. So we don't need to worry about emitting if it's valid or not, because we'll always make that number valid. So we define the models. Oh yeah, it is a ref. All right, cool. We're going to go into here. We need to then import ref from down here. It'll be after models, define ref, const error message equals ref. We're happy with all of that. That will already start working. And then what we could do is apply decrement. Do nothing if we've reached the lowest value. We could actually notify the user. And what I mean is if we get this in here like this, we'll go error message dot value equals reached lowest value. Like so, increment blah blah blah, increment alert, let's update alert. All right, cool. Apply increment. We can do this in here, like boom, error message dot value equals reached maximum value. Once again, we do all that kind of fun stuff. Manually upload. So it gets the target undefined. If target is undefined, update value equals 0. That's fine. If not a number, update alert. All right, cool. I don't know why I did that. That was just silly. All right, and then error message dot value, not a number, default 0. And yeah, that should be hunky-dory now. So if we keep going all the way up, it's not letting me to do any zeros because it's at the minimum. I mean, that makes sense. I've then got to get rid of that if someone updates it. So model is there, and then what we want to do is hang on. Reset error messages. Handle handle manual event. All right, cool. So error messages dot value equals nothing now. All right, cool. In here, I do want to handle this. Error message.value equals model is undefined default 0. We shouldn't be hitting that, but I'm just doing that just in case. So if we keep going, I'm tossing up whether or not we sort of tell the user, yeah, you're at the max there, but we are disabling that button. That will be a visual sort of thing. And the reason why we're going to disable the button is hopefully screen readers tell the user that that button is disabled. So yeah, but if I go into here and I type in H, it's going to be not a number, set it to default, and I go 1, it gets rid of it, and everyone's happy. If I get rid of the number, not a number, default to 0. All right, cool. So I like that. That's going to work perfectly fine. Okay, if I'm just double checking everything. If I go here, that's compact, that's looking nice. I flip this over, it's still looking compact. We need to fix this. Sorry, I think I've got sunscreen in my eyes again. Annoying as hell. What I can do. So we've got this here, and then this is with the card with all the properties and all that kind of stuff. We've got all the that's in there and expands all the way out. All right. Sorry. More stuff in my eyes again. Just having a think how I want to tackle this problem. Because another thing is we kind of want to sneak something else up in here. I think grid is flexible enough for us to do it. I could just do 2 rows. I could get this project details to cover both rows, get the properties to cover just the top row, and get the other one to cover the bottom row, and then I can adjust the heights of these rows. That won't be a problem, because I'm not going to worry about the screen. I hate that bug. The screen increasing and decreasing. These should be fine. So that might be what I need to do. What's my next ad break? It's soon. Sorry, I've just realized I've rubbed sunscreen back into my eye. I probably need to wash my face again. All right, I think that's going to be the plan of attack for that, but I've got to get rid of that error too. On here, apply increment. But before I forget, I'll quickly do these. All right, cool. Yep, sweet. Give me a minute. I will be right back. I am just going to wash my face. Sorry. You just have to poop. Yes, she's like. All right, we've got about 20 seconds of the ads left. I'm not going to go to the ad screen just yet. Oh, he hasn't responded. All right. And welcome back, everyone. Now, I'm just double checking my mock-up design very quickly. What is going to go there? We wanted access to go there. Yeah, we did. All right, cool. Let's do that. All right. Ah, he's reading. Oh, you like, no. Little chattering then, you're like, oh, you touched my head. Oh, sucks. I'm sorry. Beep. All right, so what I want to put there is something called access. I'm going to get rid of this hello world. I'm going to start putting in things that we do want laid out on here, but not fill them out correctly yet. So I'm just going to close other tabs. I'm going to focus on this. So we're getting rid of the card component. That's pretty easy. We just do that. Yeah, we'll fix this up in a second. I'm just going to get everything laid out perfectly fine. I'm going to minimize everything. We're going to open up the new design. We're going to go to source. We're going to open up the components. We're going to open up project. We've got project page. So we've got the general detail. I'm going to right hand click. I am going to key in access, or this used to be called groups and users. So I don't have a demo open at the moment. It'll be like the user groups. It'll be more like the permissions and stuff like that. Access is a good word. And then in here we'll go access component, like that. We'll use the compositional API. We'll do all of that. In here, what we're going to do is we're going to import the card component. Easy done. We'll go class equals access component. We're just going to go card header very quickly. We'll just have it like that. We'll have a, what are we using for the properties? H3, yeah, it's not as important. We'll go access. And then down here, we'll go P. Actually, we'll go up here, we'll go P class equals subtext. And it'll be as simple as control access to this project. Oh, this won't be, no, it's not access. It's whoever is assigned to the project. But also, we used to call it groups and users, the component. And I'm just thinking what I will call it now, because it's not really access. The groups do control the access, but it'll be access and assignment. Alright, no problem. I'm going to leave it like that for the moment. Card header we need to import, so import card header. We'll just do that very, very quickly. Control groups and just have a quick little thing in there. All right, cool, not a problem. So we'll go to the project page. What we need to do is we'll have access component. We'll import that like that. Everything will be perfectly fine. We'll have, yeah, we'll deal with this in a second. I just want to get everything in there. This is just going to flood this. You can see it's flooded over to the very, very right. You guys probably can't see that, but that's perfectly fine. We will get this all sorted in a second. Now, the other thing I want to deal with is we want to create a new folder. We want to go public links. I'm just wondering if I and then we'll have a view component called public links. We won't be calling it component. We only do that when there's only one word describing it. And once again, this is going to be called the card component. We'll have a class equal public links. We'll just go card header. We'll just do something like that. This won't be set up like this. It's no longer set up like this. We'll go into here. We'll go header 1, header 3. And this will be public links, P class subtext, control, public access to project. Alright, as simple as that. We'll go back over into here. We'll just go public links, keep that in like that, and we'll just do something like that. Alright, cool. I'm just having a quick gander at this quick design. Don't need to worry about that. Public links. All right, cool. What I want to do, we want, yeah, we do want the stakeholders. So stakeholder component. Once again, in here, it's just going to be a card component, class equals stakeholder component, where we're happy with that. Card header. I'm just going to do something like that. We're just going to do something like that. We're just going to go up here and go H3, and then actually this will be a H2. It's a little bit more important. On the page and everything like that, and then P class subtext, and what we can do is assign this project to connect this project to an organization and customers. All right, cool. Sweet. So once again, this is just going to be in here. This is just going to be stakeholder component is done. We've got the linked objects, which I should do. In here, linked objects. I should also note that a lot of these are going to be very generic. They'll be pulled out of here and put into their own sort of section. But for the mock-up, we're not worried too much about that. Once again, we just want this out. We want the design out. So we've got linked objects in here. Once again, we've got the card component. We're going to import that. We'll also do the card header. We'll do that. I want to do class equals. This is going to be linked objects. Is it done? And then this will be a header 2 also. Objects. Oops, class equals subtext. What we want to state to the user is connect project to other objects in NearBeach. All right, cool. And that what this does is this particular component will state where how it all connects. So, for example, you might have a couple of tasks that are blocking this project or something like that. So yeah. Oh, documents and files. All right. I like that name. But that we just got documents. And we've got notes. All right, I need 2 more components. So we're going to go document. And I am just going to put this one in. I'm just going to go notes. So in here we'll have document component is done. We'll this will be a card component with a class equals document component. And then we need the card header. That will have a this will have a h2 because it's very important. I'm just going to go documents and files. Class equals subtext. Upload and access documents assigned to this project. Cool. I'll need to actually import those things. So we'll go back up here. We'll go import card component, boom, like that. Import card header, boom, like that. And this one's done. All right. So what I need now is with the notes, I'm just going to go right hand click. I'm going to go view component. We're going to go notes component. Add it in. Oops. And then what we want to do is we need card component. We're just going to go class equals. Now I don't like talking music. I'm sorry. I am just going to move it on. All right. Nothing against that song. I just don't like music when doing this. Notes component. And then what we want to do is card header. We want to do a H2 notes or user comments. This will be subtext. Write notes against this task. Write notes and comments. Gonna have it like that. Oops, socks just ran away. You get me again. All right. So with the project page, I'm just going to close all the other tabs. We're not going to worry about those too much. We're just going to go and split these up into 2 different sections. So one of the components will be under the container. And oops. The other one will be under the properties. And the reason why I'm doing it like this is so visually I can see everything. So we've got the access component that will actually belong under the properties. Public link will also belong under the that. Stakeholder, that will belong under that. Documents component will belong under there. And then the notes component will belong under there. And I think that's 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, stakeholder we got on there. Public links we got on there. Properties component we got on there. The notes we got on there. Linked objects. We don't have linked objects, so there we go. All right. So yeah, I've just split it up like that. This is what it'll look like over here. Now, I think the comments pass through, which is not what I want. Yeah, we've got comment passing through and stuff like that. Don't know. Let's jump back into it. So we've got all of this. Now we've just got to sort of set everything up. So we're going to do that like that. I think that's fine. We've got a card component. Yeah, we don't need card component in here. So I'm happy with all of that. Okay. So how will this fit on the screen and so forth like that? Well, first off, we've got 3 components here that yeah, all right. Dynamic. Okay. All right, let's try that out. So I'm just going to go over here. We're just going to scroll down here. This is going to be a pain because I keep getting this wrong. So we've got, let's say, our screen. All right. So then we've got the general details. We'll have stakeholder. We'll have links. Actually, hold on. Is stakeholder? Nah, we want stakeholders on the other side. All right. So, all right. This is why we're planning this out. We're just gonna do here. This will be the properties. And so forth like that. Okay, so I'm trying to think how I want everything laid out. I'm just going to essentially go in here and go properties so you guys can actually see what's actually going to happen. I've got the sprint planning stuff, damn it. All right, no problem. Card component. It's going to be called the sprint planning. Sorry, I knew I forgot one thing. I'm just going to do add a 3 here and go sprint planning. Add code. Is that? There we go, done. And then on the projects page, we're just going to go sprint planning, pull that in like that. I'm all happy with that. Cool. Yep, let's just get rid of that. We'll work with it. All right, so we have the properties. We'll then have the user. This is going to be the access, user and group. And then we'll have the stakeholders over here too. Because I had a little figure out, being like, all right, what's more important? That should be up the top. If there's something somewhat important, it could be to the left and so forth like that. Yeah, I wrote it down on my Kindle and yeah, did some pre-planning already. So user groups and access, let's just copy and paste that down here. So we've got the stakeholders, we've got the access. We'll have public links also. So we've got the stakeholders over here, public links. We've got the properties. Sprint planning will be at the very, very bottom. Just at the very, very bottom. All right, and then, yeah, we'll have the general details. Stakeholders we're putting over on there. We'll have the linked objects. We'll have the documents and files. All right, yep. Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to. Move this up. Ah, nope, didn't want to do that. Nope, oh, did it again. There we go. All right, I learned. I'm just going to paste this down here, and then we've got notes and comments. So that's the general list of how we want this to look. Now I think if we've got 2 columns, it might be dynamic. Moving it up and down, but we'll find out. So, stakeholder component. Yeah, we're moving the stakeholder component over there. So it'll go properties component, stakeholders, because you don't want it to take up too much space. Public links, access component, and sprint planning. And once again, the mobile will have a different layout. So the CSS grid will work with that. We can be like, all right, you get to go over here, you get to go over here, and we get to move things around. Hence this. So, yeah, it might be a case where we just deal with this and put this in order on mobile phone and then deal with all this down here. That's going to be perfectly fine. What I want to do is, so we've got that linked objects. Yeah, all right, cool. Oops. Now, just to save space and time, I could do something like this. Dot link objects. Dot document component. Dot notes component. Like that. That's just going to be 10 times easier. And then the hello world, that's gone. That's fine. And then we'll have the properties. Then the doc stakeholder component, public public links, access component, sprint planning. Like so. And then that's the grid column there. Let's see how that's what it's meant to look like. And let's see what it actually looks like. Oh, that's not it. I mean, things line up. I think I've just got something wrong. Yeah, I just don't think I've got notes component anywhere. Oh no, I've got it right there. Alright, I've done something wrong with the notes component. Let's actually fix that up right now. Yeah, I just haven't imported those. Oh, this is going to be 10 times easier if I just do this. Card component, there we go. Import card header, there we go. Alright, cool. Yeah, sometimes it just takes forever to do that. There we go. Alright, now, I don't know why it's not wanting to put stuff up in there. Yeah, why that's all the way down there. Grid column. Yeah, it's a bit weird. All right. Grid template rows, auto. Let's play around with that. I'm just going to hit refresh just in case there is some CSS or something like that stuck in there. All right, there isn't. I'm just going to click on this and I'm just going to go grid template rows, auto fit. No, it's just auto. All right. No. Now that might be because I've then got all of this down here. Don't say I've got to do this one by one. Or it could be because I'm going to have it like that. Yeah, I'm going to have it like that. Okay, not a problem. It's all going to be fine and dandy on mobile because once again on mobile, it'd be like this. And I think it might be an idea for us to, oh, got an ad break. Might be an idea to, yeah, ad break in progress. An idea to sort of think about how we want to lay this out. And on mobile first, and then deal with this other stuff as we go along, because that will sort of dictate how we're going to solve this problem. I've just whacked myself in the face, didn't I? Alright, so a minute left with the ads. Hopefully everyone's going well tonight. It is getting hot here again. Melbourne weather is finally warming up. It's apparently 22 outside. Tomorrow's going to be 28. So, yeah, quite warm. Okay. ads are almost finished, about 20 seconds left, and then we'll get into it. And yeah, we'll figure out how we want the mobile phones to be laid out. Yeah. If I tackle that first, everything else is just going to be a lot easier. Okay. Couple of seconds left. All right, welcome back everyone. Let's get back straight into it. So I'm just going to go over here, and what we're going to do is we're actually going to copy these, paste them, and we're just going to paste them over here like so. I'm doing this very, very quickly, just because I know you guys can't see part of the screen. All right. Put a pool of objects over here. So we'll have the general details, we'll have the properties. I think access to user groups would be, I think linked objects makes sense because that's the next thing you're trying to find out. And then you've got the documents and files. Then I think then you'll have the notes. And then the access stakeholders, I think, and then that's where the rest of the properties come into play. And I think that's how we're going to lay it out. So we'll go to that right now. So we've got the general details, we'll have the properties, we'll have linked objects and document files. So linked objects, document files, notes, and then access. Oh wait, stakeholder. Yeah, we'll do it like that. And then stakeholder, access, and public links. And then planning and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, that's above on that too. Yep, yep, all right, cool. Stakeholders. Oh. Actually, I'll do access first because you're going to change that more than you are going to change the stakeholders. Public links, you're probably not going to change if you use that functionality on any given object. And then the sprint planning. Yeah, that's going to be last anyway. So I'm just thinking of the priority of what you want access to read and interact with. So the general details, that's going to be the highest one. The properties are going to be the next, so what status it is and so forth like that. The linked objects is going to definitely be underneath that. And then the documents and notes component, those are very similar. And then, yeah, these are just the access and so forth like that. So I think that's going to be how it's going to look. So if we go over here, I'm just going to refresh. We should have everything looking like this. So I'm very happy with all of this. All right, the next thing I want to do is, we know on iPad it's fine. It'll do that same thing as we do constantly. And then if we put it onto this, yeah, we've got this. This is where we've got to start playing around with the CSS grid. So some good news, we could potentially look at the height of this and so forth like that and deal with it like that. Yeah. Yeah, there's a massive gap between those. All right. So we've got project information, grid rows, grid row, grid template. Hang on. Seeing what how many items there are. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So auto. Yeah, that does nothing. Mainly because we haven't assigned stuff into it. All right. Let's go CSS grid. Oh, it thinks I'm a robot. In CSS grid, columns inherently support dynamic height. As the height of the grid container naturally extends to fit the content by default, the key is to let the grid manage by flow. Yeah, but I want dynamic height with different sized items. Because yeah, I don't know the height of some of these items because you could add more and more stuff and that could increase it. The only one I know of the height is going to be the properties. That's it. Like for example, documents and files, someone could add in a lot of files into here and I might need more and more space, vertical space to render it out. Which is fine if everything's in a single column, but this isn't lining up. As you see, there's a massive gap here. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. All right, so container div flex. All right. I mean, that's the other thing I could. But I don't want to be mixing grid and flex. And the fact that these components go from this order into this order, it makes it a lot harder. Oh. All right. Okay. They're just doing, yeah, all right, no, that's not what I want. Yep. Oh, they've got auto fit. Okay. open up that. There you go, so you can continue licking my hand. She's like, no, you moved it away. Alright. Since I need to use my hand to move this, sock starts licking. Alright, cool. We're just going to do that. We're just going to... piss off. Alright. Auto columns. We want auto rows. Yeah, we've got like that. No. Unless I'm mistaken, and auto columns is what we want to do. So yeah, with that, it's just got one, and then you've got a gap, and I don't know why there is a gap. Min content, max content. Oh. Oh. CSS grid with 2 columns of stacked items. Let's have a look. How to create a CSS grid layout box that spans 2 columns and 2 rows. We don't want 2 rows. I want. Kinda. Not quite, because they're all equal. All right. If you don't want to define grid areas or grid items, then don't use grid template areas property, which requires you to define the names for each of the grid items. Instead, just work with template columns and template rows on the container. All right. All right. Grid column. 1/3. All right. But no, we need the template. Okay. I'm going to CSS tricks. Grid area. I'll see if they've actually got subgrid. Subgrid is an extremely useful feature for grids that allow grid items to have a grid of their own that inherits grid lines from the parent grid. Parent grid, grid item, subgrid. So we've got grid to grid. Useful feature of grids that allows grid items to have a grid of their own that inherits grid lines from the parent grid. All right. Don't know if it'll work, but yeah. I don't think this is what I want to do. probably definitely not what I want it to do. Yeah, not what I want it to do. Not a problem. Let's see if there's a stacked way. So display grid for the container, yep, which is what we wanted to do. Template columns, yep. Create equal width, yep, all right, cool. One grid column 2. No, they'll have different heights. So, oh. Oh. Alright, cool, here we go. So I'm working on a profile page of my user on my website, and I'm having a little problem with CSS. My problem is as followed. I have 4 div boxes with fixed width, but a variable height, and I would like to stack them on top of one of each other. Included it. All right, cool. So this is kind of, we almost want this. So we got this stack, and then this one goes up in here. So you're looking at the more floating left. I would imagine floating to right and to left will get what you're looking for, or am I missing something? I'm going to fiddle which. Alright, yeah, but that's, once again, that's just a grid. We don't want that. Nesting your div columns, oh, that's also a problem. We can't do that because everything moves around. Yeah, they're just saying divided into 2 different columns. Gonna hit refresh. The problem with doing that is then we've got to have different templates for different screen resolutions. Because not everything lines up one-to-one like this. It doesn't go this, 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 and this, and this, this, and this. Nor will it go project details, all of this, and then all of this. Because it'll go this, this, and then this, and so forth with that. Yeah, I don't know how to solve this one. So I'm just having a quick think, how could I solve this?
The other thing is, because these will also be variable, this access stakeholders and so forth like that. I don't want them bumping these ones open when these are stacked. All right, CSS grid, 2 columns with independent height of each other. Yeah, I don't think that's possible because it's CSS grid. And Steffi, how are you? You want Mansory grid? Ooh, all right. The incoming grid layer spec will solve that natively for now. You'll better find a component that does it. All right, let's have a look. And how have you been, Steffi? Level 3 of the CSS grid layout specification includes Mansory value for grid. Can I use oh all right. Damn. Yeah, all right. I mean, I can solve this. But it means I've then got to have some of these components showing, some of them not showing if it's in a certain sort of state, the screen size and stuff like that. So not the hardest thing to do. Or I just say on mobile, we're just going to have 2 rows. One row, and it's just going to stack on it, which I don't want to do because I kind of like how it's in this order at the moment. So I can do it, and I can do it really well. Yeah. Mansory layout, 2 columns will be grid access and the rows Mansory access to grid. So oh no, I was hoping that they would. Yeah, because that's all grid. And yeah, I don't think auto placement will, yeah. Alright. Because yeah, it's a grid and all that kind of stuff. Alright. We're just gonna have to do it the long way. So I'm just having a quick think and stuff like that. When is that out? So it's on technical preview. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's not going to come out anytime soon, is it? So, oh wow. Alright, I'm not doing that at the moment. Alright. Shoot. So back to the drawing board. What we could do is we could just create 2 columns in here. They'll both be flexed. And then the good news is the sprint planning, public links, access and stakeholders are different on here, which means I will probably put stakeholders. Yeah, I'll probably do that. Access and stakeholders. And then it pretty much follows everything. It's just that this one is going to be replicated in 2 different places. So not too bad. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to see if I can get around to not doing that. Just because I don't want 2 components on the screen. Yeah, that's why. So with that being said, what I can do in here is, I can go div class equals, this will be the container. Or what are we calling it with the grid? Yeah, we're calling it the container. And then it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like so. And then we've got div class equals properties. It'll be these 4 plus this one. However, we'll make it so that it only shows on in certain modes. Easy done. We'll do that very, very quickly. All right. So, then we've got the project information. So we've got the max width set for that, which we're happy with. We're then going to change this into flex. We don't need to worry about that. So if we go back over here, now we've got this set to flex and stuff like that. Before I undo everything and so forth like that, I will have to be specific about certain things. So we've got the max width. Yep, that's perfectly fine. We'll need to have margin auto. That should center things. It's already centering things. All right, cool. We'll also, down here, need to go dot container. We'll deal with that in a second. And then dot properties. We'll deal with that in a second. So media, large screen. And then what we want to do is the width, we're going to say is going to be 100%. We'll leave it like that at the moment. Actually, that's going to push that all the way over. All right, no, that's what we want. But the properties themselves, we actually want to state is this big. So in the properties at media, large screen. We want the width to be that. Set in stone. Easy done. Oh, I've got an ad break. Alright, sorry. Didn't see that ad break. And welcome back, everyone. I'm sorry I didn't see the ad break, but you didn't miss too much. So what we're doing is we're quite literally changing the grid into the flex, but we're setting sort of defined properties and all that kind of fun stuff. Yeah. So on here, we've got this set up. As you can see, properties is appearing in two places at once. We'll use CSS to hide one over the other. That's not going to be a problem. We will need to include a bit of margin. Just to put a little bit of gap in between those two. So on large screens, for the container, what we need is margin right is going to be 0.25 rem. And then down here, we're going to go margin left, it's going to be 0.25 rem. However, that being said, that's going to take away from this a little bit more. Which a part of me says probably not the best idea. I'm just going to bump this over into here. And I'm going to bump it over. This isn't going to be... Alright, cool. So we do need to set a large max width on that container. I'm going to do that right now, and there I go. All right, cool. We've also got to do, this will be, then we're going to do that, and then it'll be this, the project information that has the, but that's already taken up the whole page. It's a flexbox. I'm overly complicating this. Which probably means I don't need margin auto in there. Yep. Now I need to hide this one, but I can do that with CSS. All right, cool. All right. So anything properties. No, it's the container with the large screen. This will have dot properties, and then this will have at media large screen, and then it'll have a display none. Whereas the properties, this is properties. Shoot. Properties component. Double checking this. It is card properties. Alright. I am going to change that very, very quickly. So we're going to go up here. We're going to go into this decoration and usage. We are going to change this to property. component to match the component name and all that kind of fun stuff. So properties component is on. That doesn't change too much. All right, cool. In here, we've got container and then properties, and then we've got properties component. On the large screen, it's going to display none. Boom. And then if we move to a smaller screen, it should reappear any second now. Boom. All right, cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same thing with the properties. So with the, this will be under properties. This will then be under here. It'll be properties component. Display none. And then once it's at media large screen, what we want to do is display block. Cool. So notice how it disappears? Because we've got this one down here. And then when we expand this, it pops over there. Perfect. All right. I'm happy with that. We then need to handle how this grid works. So straight off the bat, what we're going to do is we're going to go flex direction is going to be a column to start off with. So if we go into mobile mode, it's like this. Now we do have to deal with that gap in there. Though that being said, I don't mind the gap too much. It does space out all the components. Yeah, it does space out all the components. Alright. That's fine. If we go to the iPad, we still had it at this sort of level. And then, yes, these properties that pop in. And I was like that. All right, cool. This just means now I need to go through and do a lot more CSS cleaning up and stuff like that. All right, not a problem. I was prepared for this. So that one's fine. It isn't until we get to the large screen that we want to actually have this appear. So at media large screen, we can get rid of that, we can get rid of that, we can get rid of that now. What we want is we want justify content as rows. Oops. No, not justify, sorry. Flex direction. And then boom. And then I've just got to handle all the spacing and stuff like that. Which is done at the lower end, which is fine. All right. So if I flip that back, we've got it like that. Yeah, it's just that this doesn't have a margin top. Because we always had that gap. Yeah, we're using the CSS grid, which had the gap option. So we need to now put back in our margins, which is annoying, but we can do it very, very quickly. Now, I think that's it. I think that's how we're going to do it. Because I know this component, when this is all linked up and stuff like that, I don't know if I want to use an if statement to hide and show, just destroy the component. The idea being is it's still there, it's just hidden. It'll be connected up with references, so if you change one, it'll change the other one pretty much instantly. Yeah. Okay. But now I'm gonna fiddle around with this again to get this all working. Alright, but we've got all of the stuff that we kind of want to lay out on here. So if we go back into here, it's all sort of laid out like this. However, I do need to go to the bathroom again. I have been drinking quite a lot of water. I do apologize. I will be right back. I won't take too long. Alright, I am back. I'm actually going to stand. So it's almost 7. Oh, I can't believe I've already been streaming for nearly 3 hours. Alright. Let's move things around. Let's get this all looking nice and dandy. Let's also deal with a lot of these. It's a head too, so that's all right. Cool. All right. Let's open up the. The CSS, the main CSS. I keep opening up the main. I'll bring that over here. So what we're after is, you'll notice with the header 1, we've got margin as a 0. And then down here, we've got it with a top being 2. Yeah. I'm trying to think where else we're using header 2s on here. I don't think we are. Yeah, it's all been header 1s so far. We've got a couple of header 3s. If I inspect the header 3s, sure. Well, that's part of the component itself. I'm going to get rid of the top. I think that's just terrible. Also, the things that are over here, like stakeholders, I'm going to make a header 2, header 3, automatically. All right. All right. So say hi to everyone. Just be like, hey. All right. Stakeholders. I'm just going to go stakeholders. I'm just going to go in here, and I'm just going to go, no, you're now a header 3 because you're over there. The idea with the stakeholder is you'll be able to pick the organization that the person's going to be in, and also any customers and stuff like that. So yeah, I gotta figure out how I want to do that. Yeah, I've just got to figure out how I want to actually achieve that. And that's why we're doing this. So, yeah. Alright, now, one thing which I do notice that I don't like, because now we're in this sort of format, is the properties over here. I'm just going to do that so you guys can actually see what I'm talking about. The properties, they do get squished. What's that width? That's 320. It should stay at 320. Yeah, 320. Yeah, it should stay like that. Thank you, Socks. Gives us a lot of space in here. So I'm going to fix that up right now. I'm just going to go over back into projects page. We're just going to scroll down to the properties. We've got the width and we've got the min width being 320 and we'll have a max width being 322. We'll make sure it sticks to that width. All right. And Matt Bird's Quest, how are you going? Happy New Year. How have you been? How was your New Year's? All right, another thing which I've just noticed over here is I think I want to change the padding. Oops, sorry, I was meant to do 0.5 rem. Kind of want to do something with padding. Oh, damn, but also at the same time, nice. Yeah, it is cheaper than fixing it, sadly. I remember one of my screens was, I had problems with it. And it took me months and months and months and months and months and months for the retailer to finally go, all right, cool, bring it in. We'll see what's going wrong. And then like a month or two later, the backlight then just died. So the first problem was every second row of the screen essentially didn't have enough brightness. Or it was something weird. It looked like my whole screen had a bunch of lines on it. And it was really annoying to work with. And then, yeah, the backlight died. I ended up taking it back in because it was well within warranty, and I was like, yeah, this is terrible. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna just give you money back because they stopped making that particular screen. I ended up buying a secondary screen, which I've got in front of me, in fact. And it ended up being cheaper, so I ended up having $50 back. I was like, yeah, nice. So yeah, I'm tossing up whether or not to change this to 280. No, I'll keep it at that size because down here these guys could require more space. And Theodore, how are you going? Yes, she's been very cute today. She's been somewhat well behaved. At the start of the stream, she decided to step on my mouse when I had OBS up, and it moved my moved something off the screen. I was like, ah. So yeah. All right, you go to bed. Then everyone wants to see your socks. So, you know, I just make sure that is in. Yeah, that's in a good enough angle. There we go. Yeah, scratch. Cool. So yeah, I'll leave that at that side. But I do kind of want to essentially have the properties more up against the edge. So I'm just going to go into here. I know we do it in the padding. We do it with the medium screen. Just going to do that. Yeah, that's going to be a lot better. I'll just reload just to remove any local sort of stuff. Now the next thing I need to do is, oh, all right, subtext. All right, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, if I just get rid of those for the moment, I think, yeah, all right. Or I just add in add code at the bottom. I think add in an add code at the bottom. Get all of this lined up. Then I get everything padded out and margined and all that. Then I can start putting stuff in there. All right, so let's do that very, very quickly. Let's go over here. So we've got access. We're going to go access component. So we've got the header and stuff in here. I'm just going to go that. We're going to do the same thing with the document. We're going to do the same thing with the general, not general details, sorry, the link object. Notes component. We're just adding add code everywhere. Public link. Oh, we're going to add code in there too. Sprint planning. I'm going to lay this one out properly now. Oh, socks have started licking my hand and I can't move it away. All right, thank you, socks. Card header. We're just gonna go like this. We're just gonna paste it in here. We're just gonna go p class equals sub text. So this is part of the sprint planning. Manage the linked sprints for this project. All right, cool. I do need to actually import the card header up here. That's all done. This takes just a second to sort of do its thing. And now we're just got to figure out, that's going to have some padding and margin and stuff like that, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just got to figure this all out. Okay, and we missed the stakeholders. There we go. So these particular cards themselves, what I'll do is I'll move this off to the left so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. I'm going to do it on the document file. So down at the bottom, the reason why we've got a gap, which shouldn't be there, is there's a bit of margin from the p tag. And this doesn't have any padding at the bottom to handle that. Now, if we go up here and we click on this one up here, so the main component one, you'll notice that we've got a form group. Yeah, we don't have anything in there like that. What I might do in the main CSS, we're just going to do that. Because I want that control. Oh, hold on. That's meant to be lighter text. Oh, that's the access. Oops. All right. Give me a couple of seconds. I am just going to go back into here. That should be, yeah, subtext. I'm just going to refresh. There we go. Working perfectly fine. So everything's all bunched up now. Cool, that's perfectly fine. We're gonna fix this up in a second. Now, an easy way to do this is we don't want the card component to have any margins or anything like that specifically set at the card level, or do we? No, we still want the control to actually happen because we'll be expanding and contracting stuff. So when we're in mobile view, it's off. Why are my bookmarks up there? Alright, so just gonna get back to this. Alright, so we're gonna bump into here. We're gonna go back into mobile view, like so. Alright, when we're in mobile view, well, I do notice that this one is still separated, and I don't know why. Oh, actually, I might know why. No, I don't know why. Okay, give me a couple of seconds. Sorry, I'm just minimizing everything. Container properties. Container. Ah. Alright, we'll figure this one out. That's fine. We can get this. Alright, so I am projects page. I'm just gonna close up the tabs. So I just got this one open. Alright, cool. So this is how it's all laid out. Don't know why we've got this gap. Don't ask why. However, it does give us the opportunity to look at that gap and go, we can potentially separate all of these by a little tiny bit of margin. So they're all got the class card assigned to them. I'm just going to move this off to the left. I know that's going to be I know that's going to be like that. Alright, not a problem. What we can do is I'm going to hit that. I'm just going to do that, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go margin bottom. I'm going to do 1 rem. And that does look relatively nice. Like so. Alright, cool. And then if we go into the iPad, still going to look nice. Yep. I'm just double checking to make sure we don't have anything overwrite. Alright, cool. And then I think that looks nice. Really, really nice. Alright, cool. We've got an ad at the moment on Twitch, so we're just going to do this. I've got the cube. For those on YouTube wondering what's happening, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch to stop the pre-rolled ads because the pre-rolled ads suck. Yeah, we just tend to do this and hang out for a little bit. However, Socks is not happy. She's like, nah, screw you. I am going over here and I'm going to try and knock your mic off the desk. But little does she know, it's actually not on the desk. It's actually, I've done one of those things where she can't knock it off. But she tries. She tries. Alright, are you getting back into your bed? Now she's going to try and rub all over. Don't sit on the mouse. That's what you did last time, and you moved my whole entire screen off. All right, we've got about 20 seconds of the ads left. I won't be able to do this in that time. That's perfectly fine. All right. And welcome back, everyone. All right, cool. Let's get back into it. Socks. Socks. Alright, so we are going to add in the card. So we've got the project information, we've got all of this. Yeah, this is we're gonna add it in two different places. The reason being is when we're on this one, we can add in a little bit more margin at the bottom compared to this one over here. Alright, Socks, you are starting to cause a lot of trouble in your bed and stay. Stop sitting on the keyboard, stop sitting on the mouse. So yeah, we're going to do that. That way we have control. Stop sitting on the keyboard. No, in your bed. Alright, just as I say she's been good, she starts sitting on the keyboard and stuff like that. So this will be a dot card, and this will be margin bottom. It's going to be 1 rem. I'm going to do the same thing over here. All right, no. Oh, you're very close to sitting on the mouse then, sweetie. You're going to go out. You're going to get kicked out then. All right, so going over here, all of that sort of works. We're very, very happy with that. If I flip this, we can then get this over here. So with the properties, when the @media large screen happens, what we want to do is margin bottom. We actually want to shrink it to 0.5 rem. So that's a little bit closer. All right. So it's more compact over here. And I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. So what do I want to do from here? Essentially, I want to implement all of this, all of the new design and stuff like that. So we've done most of the, we've done the project details and the properties. That's all set. I think the access and the stakeholders would be a good one. Yeah, I think that would be a good one, yeah. We can worry about the linked objects later. Document files later too. Notes and comments we can deal with later. Yeah. Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to minimize everything. We're going to open up this. We're going to open up the source. We're going to open up the components. We're then going to open up the project. We're then going to open up the project page. I'm going to deal with access first. So we've got access. This is the card we've got. We're all happy with this. This isn't going to be a problem. What we kind of want to do is we kind of want to, there's a couple of things we've got to do. So when there's no organization connected to the card, we've got there won't be any customers. Sorry, I'm just thinking how I want to actually sort of do this. Let me go over here. I'm just going to scroll down. I'm just going to open up my little design very, very quickly. This will be the stakeholders. So it's just I can't fucking draw when socks is blocking the mouse. There we go. We'll just write stakeholders. All right. So when there's the organization, we'll have a plus organization. Or add organization. And then down here we'll have customers, where we'll have each customer card, which will be their profile picture, the name, and email. Very similar to how we've currently got it in our system. So it'll be designed, yeah, pretty much the same. It'll be the same sort of card design. All right, so from there, what we want to actually do is this blue section. That's going to be more complicated to do. All right, so the idea with this blue section, someone clicks on it, it will then bring up a search. So it'll be search. You key in what you want. Results will appear down here. And then you click on the results and it'll load in that organization. That's kind of how I want it to work. The alternative is on something like mobile phone. When someone clicks on it, it will open up more of a modal rather than that. Just because I'm going to figure all of that out. That's all. Sorry, I'm just having a quick think in my head how I want to actually tackle that problem. That is going to be a component we do not make today. So it will be a placeholder component. The idea being is there will be a component that we will input in there where if you click on it, it actually opens up a search sort of thing and how the user interacts with it and all that kind of fun stuff. I haven't thought that far ahead with it. So, yeah. Alright. I'll at least get the organization in there, but they don't have a profile picture. That's one problem with organizations. It might be one of those things that we actually do sort of implement a logo and all that kind of stuff. Alright, we're going to have to play around with this a little bit more, but that's perfectly fine. I do want to at least start this today. Isn't that right, Socks? You're like, yeah, start it. Yeah. I'm going to cause so much more trouble, though.
No socks, don't cause trouble. All right.
However, I just need a small little break. I will be right back. I won't be too long. So yeah, yeah, cool. I'll be back. Alright, sorry about that. I'll get right back into it. Okay. Oh, it's getting hot in here. Alright, so where were we? Yeah, we're going to implement this. So, there's a couple of things I want to have a look at first. Sorry, excuse my French. I'm just gonna scroll down to see if these guys got icons and stuff like that. Yeah, they do. But what I'm after is something like companies that use this. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to have a look at. There's a reason why, because all of these logos are, it's just one image. Damn it. I was hoping to find something like this and be like, all right, cool. How are they sort of dealing with that problem? Because if I can change NearBeach to actually have the ability for users to upload logos and stuff like that to help them differentiate stuff, I would do it. But logos are all different sizes and so forth like that. So we've got to figure a way around that. So that won't work. I'm just thinking. Stop. Seeing if they've got companies who use it. No, because they don't. Everyone. I don't know what else. Trying to think of software products. I just can't at the moment. We could just move on. What I could do is, if it contains an organization, I could be like, all right, cool, this is what it's going to be like. Otherwise, it's going to be like this. Just have it as the organization name. Now, we're not including the addresses or anything like that. I purposely ripped those out a very long time ago. I'm just trying to think, how do I want to do this? Alright, so we've got the add code there. We've got the H3. We'll probably add in a H4 down here. Actually, we're going to do that. We're going to add in subcomponents. So we're going to add in here, this might be the organization component, this will be organization access component. No, don't you dare jump from that height. No, I'm old now. You don't need a vet bill. All right, so organization. Let's get rid of component. We don't need it. Organization access. In here, what we could do is we'll have a. We'll need a div. That, and then we'll have h4 organization, and then we'll have a p. Have that as organization name. And at the moment, I'm not going to program anything. Should I program? Yeah, I'll do this somewhat proper. So what we want to do is const props equals define props. We'll have organization name. That's going to be type of string. Required is true. That way it's always fed through. However, if there isn't any name to it, then that's going to be perfectly fine. We'll also need an organization ID. That will be type of number or undefined. Okay, we're just going to do that. Required equals true. All right. So down here, what we want to do is we're just going to go and say props organization name. That's it. The ID will be used to actually take that user to that location. In fact, we could probably deal with it here. All right, something fell over. I'm just going to double check that. Is that you? Alright, it's just socks causing trouble. Okay, so I don't know exactly how I want this to lay out at the moment. We're going to figure that out. So in here, what we've got is we've got the card header, and then what we'll have is organization access. The name itself will, let's just say, Poggers Inc. And we'll just give it a ID of that. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a big bind. There we go. So if we go over into our app itself, we're going scrolling down. Yeah, we've got. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. How was it? Fine. The design originally just had a drop-down box, which is not what we're going to have. Okay. Let's have a play around. Because yeah, the P has quite a lot of that. What we can do is we can go margin 0, really knock it up at the top. We can also go font weight lighter. But I also want the ability for a user to be like, I don't want this, and they click a button and gets rid of it. So I'm just having a quick think how I want to actually tackle this. Yeah, I'm not using what the design has laid out or anything like that. I'm definitely changing that, just because I don't like it. I don't like having a drop down to be like this, whereas I kind of want to specify it correctly. All right. Let's just play around with this. All right. So straight away we've got the access. We've got all that. I don't like that. Straight off the bat. Let's get rid of that too. What I want is P. We're just gonna go P in here. And we're just gonna go props.organization name like that. But I'm also going to put out the front organization name like that. So kind of like that, but it takes up a lot of the space. I mean, I can... It's off. Off. Hit enter. I could do that. I could get rid of that. I can emphasize like that. But if we have, for example, company name, well, just give it into text. But just I'm not. All right. All right. Yeah, if we have something like that, it's going to look like that. In which case, oh. I'm getting out of that mode. In which case, yeah, I mean, that's okay. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm getting rid of this. I don't like it. Full stop. Oh, I'm doing access. Alright, hold on. Give me a couple of seconds. I've just realized I've been doing something silly. Yeah, I need to handle that differently. Alright, cool. Sorry, I've been doing access when I was, for some strange reason, thinking of stakeholders. So I'm just going to move all of that over. I'm just going to go into here. Let's actually implement that into here. Let's get rid of these 3 lines. I just don't like them. Let's get rid of that. Let's go organization. It's not access anymore. It quite literally, this will be renamed to stakeholder organization. We'll rename this. And we'll have another one, stakeholder customer. But yeah, for the moment, we'll keep it like that. This will be stakeholder organization. That will be changed appropriately. We'll have the stakeholder. So if we go stakeholders up here, just gonna refresh. We need that add code in. I can't be bothered. No, I'll add that quickly in. Done. So we've got stakeholders. Go over here. Got the stakeholder component, and then what we need is stakeholder organization. So the organization name, we'll pick that really, really long one because yeah, that one was kind of fun. We'll reformat all of that. Yeah, I'm fine with that. We'll just copy that. We'll go into here. We'll paste that in like that. We'll do something like that. And we'll go back over here. We'll just hit refresh, just make sure everything's working perfectly fine. So as you see, it comes through like this. Now, what I might actually do is I might change the font size because it doesn't need to be that large. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Font weight is going to be lighter, apart from the bold section. That does kind of work in there. I know it's going to wrap around. Now, I'm just thinking how a user will interact with that. So, one example would be if there is an organization misattached to this particular project, you'll need to change it. So, what we could potentially do is click on it to remove it, and then we'll have a little thing where we can click it to re-add it in, or we have a change button in there. I kind of like the remove idea because that sort of implies we're going to be removing the organization. Because it's not always guaranteed that they're going to add in an organization. And NearBeach from now on is no longer going to require you require that connection. So yeah. All right. I'm going to be happy with this test at the moment, and then got this. We also probably could have it so that the user could click on this and actually go to the organization itself. which will be definitely very useful. So, but that needs me to do something like this, and then I need to do router link. Router link. I've got to Alright, I'm going to do that because we need this to be done like that. We also need router link to be imported, so I'm just going to do this right now. So we need to go it2. Oops, gotta do that. Let's go to organization and then organization ID. And that's pretty much it. So there it is there. Sort of labeled like so. From here, how will the user interact with this? So we've got organization. I think realizing that I just don't like this, and that's fine. That's why we do it. This is the mock-up. We're just playing around with things. I then figure stuff out. So I don't like this, but labels can't be. No, I want it connected. Labels are usually designed to actually connect to inputs and stuff like that. I don't think it can be. All right, cool. Yep, no, that's fine. I'll get rid of that. What we can do is a simple P. We're going to go class equals organize stakeholder name. Oh, stakeholder. Do that, we get rid of it there, and then we do something like that. So thus it's going to look like this. We're going to tweak this a bit. I'm just going to hit refresh so it comes back like this. We're definitely going to tweak this, don't you worry about that. I'm in fact going to start the styling down here. Stakeholder organization padding is just going to be 1 and then 0.5 rem. At media, this will be medium screen. We then change that to padding 1 and then 0.5 rem. Actually, no, that's going to be 0.5 rem all around. So it's like that. Oh, actually, no, this isn't done at this level. This is going to be done at the above level. All right, not a problem. Stakeholder, we'll just go down here. We'll just go stakeholder component. We're just going to go padding 0 and 0.5 rem, and that media, and then medium screen, and then that's going to be padding, and that's going to be 0.5 rem. Cool. Now we're just gonna manipulate this to look how we want it to. We don't need this to be as large here. I don't like how large that is there. What's the time? It's nearly 8 o'clock. I'm starving. I'm probably gonna eat something very soon. Okay, so in fact, I don't like organization name. I'm just going to change it to organization. Like so. And what we're going to do is we're quite literally just going to do this. Yeah, it's a lot better. All right, cool. So no label. Missing form label. Yes, it does. What are you fucking talking about? That's right there. Alright. Nothing down there. Alright, cool. Let's turn that off. Alright, that's not going to work. So what we're going to do, this dot stakeholder organization name, we're just going to go font size is going to be 0.75 rem, which we're happy with. And we're going to do the same with the A tag. Like so. So they're actually small. We're going to also deal with the line height too. Line height is going to be 1 rem. So they're a little bit closer. Yeah, I kind of like that. And then we might have a small button. That's just a simple remove. So I'm just having a quick think how I would tackle this. I've also just realized that I will need to implement modals soon. But that's perfectly fine. We can implement that. Oh, this is running. Oh, wow. All right. Okay. We actually, I think we have buttons. Give me 2 seconds. Prefab button. Yeah, we do. We do have a button component. They're pretty simple. They're just like this. And then we've got the button and it's all of that. However, we might want a compact one in here too. But let's get it rendered out first. So what I want to do up here, I then want to do, well, for starters, I want to do this, and then I want to do padding bottom. I'm just going to go 1 rem. The idea is if they accidentally click in that area, it'll still take them to the link and so forth. That I'll be happy with that. And then I want to have button component in here. It's not going to be a 2. It is. We've got the class attributes passing through. Yeah, we'll still need those class attributes. The reason being is when someone clicks to remove it, we'll remove it instantly. We'll do everything optimistically, being like, all right, cool, we're going to assume the server's going to work and so forth like that. If an error happens, we'll throw up a toast. Because this should be perfectly fine. Yeah, this should be perfectly fine. All right, cool. So we'll do need a have a look at the props. So we've got a label. We're just going to remove all of this. This is just junk that it adds in all the time. So label will equal remove organization. We'll have a object state. Remove organization state. We'll set this up very, very quickly, and then variant. Equals danger. All right, so we need to set this one up. We need to actually import the refs. So import ref from view. We'll go down here. Define props like that. We'll go down here. We'll do this, and then define refs down here. Refs down here. So const remove organization state equals ref. I've got to look up these refs again. No action. All right, cool. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go into this one. I'm then going to import it in, and then at the start it is going to be object state enum no action. All right, cool. Okay, Socks, you want to get up? Really? You gonna say hi to everyone? Just be like, hey. Alright. Oh, Socks. Do that straight away. Alright. Let's see what it'll look like. We know it's gonna look horrible there. It's huge. It's like remove organization. We're gonna make that a lot smaller. We're gonna have a compact one. So now the reason why I don't want to have a hyperlink, because the hyperlinks sort of imply that you're going to be taken somewhere. In reality, just trying to have a good think about all of this. How I want to actually handle this. Because what I could potentially do is, there's going to be, alright, let me rephrase this, let's just back up a bit. Currently with NearBeach, if you're going to assign, let's say, another object to NearBeach, you've got a wizard that will pop up, and so forth like that. In this sort of case, when you want to remove this, I still want a modal to pop up to double check to make sure that the user hasn't done a phantom click on this. It's just an extra step, and then they go, yeah, fine, and then boom, it'll remove this. Which is kind of what we want. I'm also having a think, being like, all right, cool. We could also potentially use asides instead of modals. So when someone clicks on this, it'll pop out, be like, this will also remove any associated customers assigned to this. Are you sure you want to do that? Yeah, all right. And then I got to also figure out how to actually implement that. If there is actually a way where I can be like, all right, cool, I know that there's going to be this component on the thing. We want to put this data in that component. Get it, all this double checked. Yeah, all right. So I'm thinking about so many things at once, like how I want to actually set this up so that it works smoothly, and that when we go to expand out NearBeach and stuff like that, it's not going to be a problem. We're not going to have to do workaround after workaround after workaround, which is why I'm spending so much time on this instead of just jumping into it and doing it like I had in the past. All right, let's tackle the small thing first. Let's get this button small. Now we could do compact and we could do tiny. I'm going to do compact first, and then we'll have one that's extra tiny. So with the button component, actually let's go to stakeholder organization. Let's go down here, variant. Yeah, that's the correct name. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I understand. Once again, we've got to do this the proper way. So variant is no longer a string. What am I importing? Button variant form. And that will be danger. All right, cool. That's a lot better. It doesn't change much, but we've just gone and stated, listen, we've got these set somewhere else. All right. So here, what I want to do, I'm going to go, no, not for the label. I'm going to go class equals compact. That does nothing. Sweet. And in here, what we want to do is we want to scroll all the way down to, I'm going to say around here. And we are going to go and dot compact. Straight away, what we're going to do, padding is going to be 0.25 rem and 0.125 rem. Very, very small. The font size is going to be it's going to be 1 rem, I think, or maybe less. It's probably going to be 0.75 rem, and then font line height is just going to be 1 rem. So that's compact. So that will be a compact button. I'm happy with that. But if we've got an tiny, what we're going to have is padding is going to be 0.125 rem and 0 rem. Font size is going to be 0.75 rem. And line height is going to be 0.75 rem. Oh, we haven't put the compact in there, the tiny in there. So I'm just going to go tiny in here, and that's going to be very, very tiny. And then when someone clicks on that, it'll remove it and so forth like that. And Ivanhoe, how are you going? Happy New Year! And I'm Dev Alex, how are you going? Yeah, happy 2006. We are getting through this slowly. I'm just having a look at this down here. I might add in a bit of space. Ah, that happened. Alright, cool. That done. Just happened. I'm going to quickly grab myself some food. I am starving. I tell you what, you guys get to have a look at socks. Alright. I won't be long. I'm just getting cereal. Nothing exciting. Alright, I'm back. And welcome back, everyone. I'm just going to put on workstation. You're doing fine, having the day off today before I go back to work on Monday. Oh, fair enough. Same. Tiny cat cam during ads makes ads tolerable, yes. Alright, I am going to hide my webcam. And we've got replacement cams. There we go. No one needs to see me eat. Okay. I really don't like this. Yeah, I don't like this at all. But we'll go with it for the moment. I'm just going to do margin bottom instead. Why not? Right, so it's not wanting. Because it's not in a P tag. That's why. All right. Do that. Do this. Go class. Stakeholder. Organization link.
easy dump. Cool. Now we definitely want the padding at the top to be, all right, cool. I forgot the sorry, the full stop. All right, so I want to get those a little bit closer. So that actually has a bit of margin and padding. Alright, cool. So what I'm going to do is we're going to delete that. We're just going to go margin. Top's going to be 0, 0. Bottom's going to be 1 RM and then 0. So that gets us that close, and then we can do the remove organization under there. Alright, cool. Sorry, I'm chewing. For the moment I won't worry about this because it just means that we've got to set up quite a lot of things to get this to work, and I kind of want to get this design out to get feedback. But what I could potentially do is add in a little icon either at the start or end that indicate that it's going to open up something. Then when someone clicks on this, it opens up in a side menu where you got more information about that organization, and you've got the option of removing it there. Could be an idea, but we'll play around with this at the moment. I kind of like that idea because it means that there's less junk here, and I hate this button right here. All right, next step. How do we handle emits now? Oh, so finding emits, they actually go up at the top. All right, remove organization. So what we're going to do is on this, my God, my brain. We're just going to say remove organization. That will be a method. And what we'll do is we'll emit it up. Yeah, we'll just I don't think we'll need the event. We'll emit it up,
Then with the stakeholder component, what we can do is v on remove organization equals remove organization, like so. We'll go up to line 6. Define methods, function, remove organization. And then I'll key in stuff down here. All right, cool. So import, we'll do the ref from view. Define refs. Const organization data. Sorry, meeting. All right, organization data. No, we'll have organization name equals ref string. And then we'll have this really long name, which I will admit I'm kind of liking. I don't know what they do. Okay, organization ID equals ref. This is going to be a number, and this is going to be, let's say, 3. So down here, what we've got to do is we've got to pass through all of these. This will be organization name. Oops. And I just realized. Sorry, I don't need to actually hide myself because I'm pointing the webcam at socks. Okay. And then we've got the organization ID. All right. So. All right, easy done. We're happy with that. What we want to do is with the remove organization, default the data for organization. And we're going to do that. All right. Now, when we do this properly, it's going to send stuff to the backend, and you know, do all that kind of fun stuff. These will have defaults in them. Yeah, I'll figure it out. But at the moment, we're not too worried. So, with the stakeholder information, that should render out here now, and if I click that, boom, it disappears, and we're all like, sweet. And what I want to do is I want to do a VF organization ID does not equal 0. So in Django, all the IDs start at 1. So we use a 0 to tell the system, hey, there's no data here. If we default all the IDs to 0, yeah, that should be fine. All right. Sorry, I'm just solving the cube. So we're in here and we'll be like, boop. Now there's another component that I wanted to build in.
So it's called add object. Just like this. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Yeah, we'll need this. All right. How am I going to do this? All right. Careful socks. I'm not going to worry too much about everything at the moment. I'm just going to key this in. Now, what I'll need to do is import add I'm just going to do that for the moment. I'm just going to leave it like that. With the stakeholder one, this will actually be a VLs. We're not keying anything extra like that, but we do want a VLs on here. So if we, I'm just going to refresh. If we are in here, we click on this, boom, we get that. All right, cool. That's what I want. In here, we've got the add organization. Straight away, what I want to do, border style is going to be dashed. All right, border width is going to be the border width. That's border radius is going to be the border radius. We're all happy with that. And then we've got this sort of thing in here. Sorry, I'm still eating. So we've got this sort of almost button-like quality. It might be the case that we do turn this into a button, which I won't have a problem with. Yeah, I can. It'll be good. It'll be good for the yes, it'd be good for the screen readers and stuff like that. All right. Type equals button. So we got that. We're going to go width equals 100%, so it takes up the whole entire component. I'm actually really liking that. Sorry, I really needed that food. I do need to add in some padding around it, but I want to do it at this level. Alright, so margin at the top will be 1 REM, on the sides none. Alright, cool. So we've got something like that. I kind of like that. I really do like that. I might change things around it. Like, add object. So the font size is going to be 1 REM, so a bit smaller. Yeah, I like that. All right, cool. Font weight is going to be lighter. Yep. Probably too much. Yeah, if I make the font smaller, it looks a lot better. I could probably get away with alright, I like that. And then when someone clicks on it, it's going to open up a modal and all that kind of stuff. Oh, give the treats to the cat. Alright, she's just run off. Sorry, very sorry. I will do that right now. I just saw it. She will come running back, don't you worry. Socks, come on. Otherwise, I've got others that will eat the treats. Oh, she has run. Yeah, come on. In your bed. Yes. 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 Yeah, you're getting treats. Alright, secret screen. In your bed. In your bed. Up in your bed properly. You know where the treats appear. There you go. There we go. Whilst that's happening, I'm just going to put my bowl in the kitchen. Okay. What is the time? It is 8:30. I've been streaming 4.5 hours. I feel exhausted. Oh. I don't stream this long. So yeah, it's just like, holy hell, have I been pushing myself tonight. Alright, so I actually really like that with the plus organization on there. Now, I'm going to be using that button in other places too. So for example, if there is an organization attached to this, we can attach customers to this project too. So I want to sort of change up this. So what we want to actually have in here is we want go const props equals define props. In here, what we're going to do is we're going to have object type. And essentially we're going to use this in here. I don't think we've used the enums anywhere, but it should have all the objects that we want. And Socks has just run off, so hopefully I don't have milk all over me. So yeah, we're going to use this. Now, where's our button one? Alright, we've got a button. I'm just going to open up this component. I'm just going to put it over here. There's a reason why I'm doing that. We're going to go add object. We're going to go up here. We're going to go import. I'm just seeing how we've done that in the past. Alright, so we import the object type enums. Alright, and then we've got the object type in here. This is going to be required is going to be true, and then it is validator. That's going to be a function with value of string, and that's going to return a boolean, and then we're going to have const enum values is going to be a string equals object.values of the object, of the object type enums, and then we'll return the enum values dot includes the value. So yeah, that's fun. So down here, what we can do now is we can get rid of that, and we can just type in props dot object type, and that's it. And then we do need to call this from up here. This is required, so it's going to be a problem. So we're going to have object type equals, and in fact that's going to be and that's going to be the object type enums dot organization. We do need to import that. Just import it. All right, there it is. There it is. Oh, all right, organization. Cool. So if we go over here, and I'm just going to remove that, boom, it happens like that. Sweet, we're happy with that. However, we might want to turn that into proper case. And some other things too. But I'm getting distracted by my cube. I'm just mucking this up, aren't I? Alright, so we've got a problem if we've got requirement items or anything like that. There'll be the hyphen, not the hyphen, sorry, the underscore in there. So we've got to get rid of that, and we've got to make it a particular case. Easiest way to do that is if we go back into add object, we just go import computed from view. And then we go down here. I've got to have define props, define computed. Then what we have is we have const. This won't be an emit. Sorry, this will be const pane. Text. Okay. And then we just need a return. It's just going to be a plus. And then we just go props.objectType.replace and we replace an underscore with a space. Object type is going to be type string. All right, cool. That's pretty much it. There's only going to be one underscore. Then down here, what we just need to do is we just go get text. That's it. It will call this, render it down there. Everyone will be happy. What else do we need to do? Sentence case. CSS sentence case. I keep forgetting it. Yep, alright, cool. Well, we'll just do that. It's crude. I thought there was a CSS sentence case. No, alright, cool. Yep, easy done. So, what was it again? It was text transform. Lower case, easy done, and then it was for the first letter. This is where I've got to go. Do first letter. Text transform uppercase, and then that should, in theory, I'm just going to refresh. Just going to remove that. No, I didn't. Damn it. Because that's... Damn it. Okay. All right. Oh, type case. All right. Alright. We might have something here. So I'm just having a look to see if I've ever done this before. I'm splitting two strings. I don't want to do anything too complicated, because worst case scenario, I can always create another enum. It's not going to be a problem, and I have the proper enum in here. I mean, that could
would work really, really well. Sorry, I'm just giving myself a little bit of thought. Because we kind of do that already for the shortened cases, don't we? That's the state, that's the button. No, we don't. All right. I'm just going to copy this, paste it. Instead of type enums, I'm going to go title case enums. We're just going to add it in. This will be title case enums. It'll be customer. It'll be Kanban board. It'll be card. It'll be organization. It'll be request for change. It'll be requirement item. Guarantee it after stream. I'll think of a way to do it a lot better. I think this is fine. For the moment, this is fine. What we want to do then is we want to go into stakeholder component. We want to then change this to object. Actually, we're just going to delete it. Import object title case enums. Easy done. We want to go down here and go object title case enums. Organization is perfectly fine. That's not going to be a problem. We've got the add object in here. We're just going to delete that. We're going to go import object title case enums in like that. We're just going to copy that. We're just going to paste it in like that. We then don't need any of that. Because it already goes like, it handles everything for us. So if I go back into here, we go over here, I'm just going to hit refresh. Scrolling down here, we get rid of that. Oh, that's lowercase. Oh, hang on. That will be then object title case enums. All right. No. All right. No. I've got to do something else. Okay. Let me have a look at how the data's been sent down. I am just going to undo this very, very quickly. I am going to have a move that to the left. I'm going to click on this. I have going to open up this space project properties stakeholder component. Got the card component. Got the card header. We've got the add object. So the props, organization. That's with a capital O there. I'm going to test something else very, very quickly. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm just going to go dupe, and I'm just going to go Kanban board. And I've just realized something. Yes, you are right. I forgot to actually remove that CSS stuff, didn't I? Oh no. It's not there. Hang on, I'll move that to the right. No.
Text transfer, uppercase. Oh, first add object. Oh, yep. Hang on, that's down here. Yes, you're right. Thank you very much, Danny. Yeah, thank you very much. All right, that was it. Cool. I made a silly mistake. So, yeah, forgot about that. Oh. And hopefully you're going very well, Danny. So yeah, there we go. So now we've got the organization there. That's looking good. I'm definitely not going to program that in at the moment. That's just there to look good. So when someone comes in, they'll be like boop, and then of course it'll open them up. The next thing we got to do in here is add in the customers. Yeah, we'll do that very, very quickly. So I'm just going to hit refresh. We'll just have customers. There's the organization, and then yeah, customers. All right, cool. So I'm just going to click on the stakeholder one. I'm going to close out the tabs. We're just going to do that, and then over here, we've got stakeholders. All right, I'm going to right hand click. I'm going to go new. I'm going to go new file. I'm going to go stakeholder customer. Stakeholder customer. All right, cool. And then straight away, we're not dealing with the card component at all. And Nocturnal, Happy New Year. Hopefully you're going well. We're still redesigning, but we're getting there. Once this one's getting close. I say that, but it's probably a couple of days away. With how I want it to look and so forth like that. So yeah. But slowly getting there. And then, yeah, it's all about getting feedback. All right. I am getting a bit tired, so I'll see how long I can last. But yeah, it's nearly 5 hours. It's a long stream, let's just say that. So we'll have a div class equals stakeholder customer, easy done. I will go down here, we'll go stakeholder customers, we'll add code in a second. What we want to do, p class equals stakeholder customer title. This will be customer list. So I'm just having a think how I want to do the next section. So I really haven't planned how I want each individual card to look. So yeah. But what I can actually do is down here I can go add object. We can add that in object type, and that will be object title case enum customer. We do need to make that as a something like that. Actually, that's going to be like that. We need to import that. Like that. So if I'm just going to refresh. It's not showing because I haven't actually added it in yet. All right, let's go add it in. So that will be stakeholder customer. I'm just going to do something like that. So as you see, that will come in here. We'll definitely change those around. And yeah, do stuff around with that too. So yeah, you can see the idea with that little button being there, being like, all right, cool. When we don't have data in there, you can click on it and all that kind of fun stuff. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm really running out of steam very, very fast. I usually don't go more than 4 hours. But yeah, we've done a lot today. So we do have this page fully kitted out and stuff like that. We might as well, all right, I might as well go git status, git add, git commit, layout of the project information page and the construction, initial construction of the widgets for said page. He's done. npm run build. All right, sweet. Give me a couple of seconds. We're just going over there. I am just going to open up this. I'm going to click on that. We're just going to go file manager, site, root. All right, cool. Sites, new, dist. This is going to be dragged up here. So does the assets. And that should be live. No, mock up. Yep, that's live. All right, so I can actually test this on actual hardware tonight. All right, cool. I've screwed up the image, the Morgana image. I don't know where that went. I haven't touched it. Try that for a second. Let's just go localhost 5173. Source
Assets. Morgana. Huh. What?
If we get rid of the source,
That's annoying. It was working the other day and I haven't actually touched this at all. The NearBeach logo is working. Okay, because it's like that.
should be working like that. But yeah, changing that to source. If I go like
still the same thing. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I know why it's not working. Alright, give me a couple of seconds. Alright, let's see if this works now. Not quite. Why is it like that? Alright, I'm not too worried about that at all. That's just a temporary sort of thing. Let's just not worry about that. I do kind of want to get it fixed. Oh, you gotta go. Ivanhoe, thank you very much for being here, and I hope to see you next time. But yeah, apart from that, the site is live. But yeah, I mean, if I go in here and go at assets.morgana, that's all booting up and all that kind of stuff. And then it's like, oh, I'm having trouble. And then you go, all right, cool. What's your image? You're like that. And you're like, all right, cool. But if we go, if I go npm run build like that, we should have Morgana in here somewhere. Oh no, we don't. That's fine. If we go over here, we go new design mockup. In fact, I'm just gonna move that to trash. Let's redo that. There we go, all up. That's not too bad. Size-wise, that's not too bad. Yeah, under a megabyte so far. I'm happy with that. And then we go into assets. I don't see Morgana in here. And that's kind of the problem. If I double click on this. Oh, I need to be serving assets for that to work. All right, cool. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to cd into the disk. We're going to go PHP serve localhost 8080. Already in use 8081. So localhost 8081. Here we are. Morgana is still broken. I don't know why. Alright, I'm not going to worry about that tonight because we are probably just going to raid someone. I know who to raid. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, 5 hours. Holy hell. Alright, we made it to the 5-hour mark. Yeah, just trying to think if there's anything else I could jump on at the moment for this stream, but I'm kind of like, no, I'm pretty exhausted. I've done a lot today, but it's coming along, so I'm quite happy with it. Hopefully get the information page up as quickly as possible. I want to get it done
I want to get more done this weekend. With the idea that I'll get feedback as soon as possible. I've started working on the backend stuff for Django. So I've removed all the views. I'm starting to investigate doing the 2FA myself. Using Django as one-time password. That way it should be fine if people upgrade with the one-time password and all that kind of stuff implemented. Yeah. It's just the Django two-factor auth. It's just all views and stuff like that, and I'm kind of like, no, I kind of want to do this in a sort of Ajax manner. That way it'll be a lot nicer for the user experience. Worst case scenario, it isn't plausible, and I just keep implementing what we've done and still keep moving on. Alright, so I know who to raid. I'm going to raid them right now. Okay, but yeah, thank you very much everyone for being here tonight. It has been wonderful. Yeah, we got a lot done, and we're going to get a lot done, which is going to be good. I should start crossing stuff off that whiteboard, which, you know, will always be fun. The one behind me, I don't know if you guys can actually see it. Oh yeah, that one right there, yeah. So I should start crossing stuff off that one. And stuff off like that. But anyway, thank you very much everyone for being here, and I shall see you next time. Have fun. And for those on YouTube, thank you very much for being here. Sadly, you won't be able to join us with the raid, but don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time.